All right, I think we're live here. Hopefully everyone's having a good Friday. All right. Still just trying to get a couple things set up here. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right, so one of the news that we got here. Give me 1 second. We'll go over this. Yeah, so the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D is selling for $800 now, which is more than the 9800X 3D. Trying to get everyone onto DDR5, trying to get everyone onto the new platform for AM5. This is all marketing strategy, by the way. So yeah, $800. Yeah, what a deal. Yeah. Yeah, this is all marketing strategy. These companies know what they're doing. Again, it's the reason why everything's going up. It's because it's planned. This is all planned. You gotta make people think, oh, they're running out of stuff. They're running out of hardware. We'll never see better GPUs or CPUs. The prices will never go down. The prices will go down if you just don't buy. So DDR5 memory pricing crisis has sent the whole PC market into utter chaos. Well, because they've noticed that people were buying these new RAM sticks at like triple the price of the original price of RAM. So yeah, once they noticed that, they're like, okay, well, we'll just raise the price of everything. So eBay prices for the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D have skyrocketed to the point these chips are being sold regularly for more money than a brand new Ryzen 7 9000X 3D, which is wild. It's absolutely wild. $699, $799, $1,000. These people are just high. They're just high. Not like they'll sell. They're just wasting their time even putting it up on that kind of price point. So secondhand prices for the 5800 X3D have been around MSRP for a while due to the fact AMD stopped production of the 5800 X3D a while ago. Well, yeah, that makes sense. It's not exactly new by any means. And 7000 X3D is better. 9000 X3D is way better than both of them. So, of course. Plus, 9000 X3D was selling pretty, like, very well at the beginning of this year. It was selling very well. However, its most recent price hike of $500 upwards are new, likely due to the new DRAM pricing crisis, forcing buyers back to AM4. AM4 is the only platform that supports DDR4, and AMD opted to discontinue DDR4 support completely when creating AM5. Intel is also in a similar boat, having locked itself to DDR5 support exclusively for its latest Core Ultra 200S series chips. Well, makes sense. There's no point of adding in a DDR4 memory controller into the chips when it just technically raises the price of chips. That's why you can find Core Ultras as well at a decent price, and they were never selling at a exaggerated price to begin with. And yeah, so like 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th gen all had DDR4 memory controller and DDR5 memory controller, which made it a very universal GPU for a lot of people, depending on what chipset you're getting and depending on what motherboard, because you can get DDR4 or DDR5. DDR5 beginning of this year wasn't a half bad price. DDR4 was not the greatest, and they just continue to rise in price. DDR4 first, just due to the fact they quit making DDR4 ICs. The Ryzen 7 5000X XD took the PC gaming world by storm when it launched in 2022. Being the first CPU to take advantage of AMD's 3D V-Cache technology, performance was a generation ahead of others in 3 parts, enabling it to outperform Intel's $700. And it's not outperform, it just gave you a higher FPS average, not 1% low. So 1% lows were not great on that CPU, had very, very bad latency. With the 9000X3D, they kind of cleaned that up. 7000X3D, the latency was still kind of terrible, but it made up with performance on that as well. But 1% low and 0.1% lows on those chips were not great, especially the 5800X3D. But its average FPS was fairly high at 1080p, only 1080p. Flagship at the time, gaming performance. Once Zen 4 arrived, 5800X3D continued to provide value, providing an excellent mid-range alternative and outperforming some of the AMD's lower-end Ryzen 7000 parts in gaming performance while running on the cheaper AM4 platform with cheaper DDR4 memory. Was a bit cheaper. Wakey, wakey. Yeah, and that's what, if you don't know anything about PC hardware, which there are people that have no clue, like you got like grandparents buying PC hardware, maybe they don't know anything about it. Maybe Best Buy was like, is Best Buy or whatever retailer that has these CPUs and are selling them at this kind of price, don't say anything to them just so that way they get like a bonus. Maybe they get a bonus out of selling these PC hardware, right? Never know. And there's a lot of people that don't know about this kind of hardware. Yeah, you need to make a new Windows or something like that. All of your scores are probably going to get reported there, squeezed, just because your frequencies are not matching and there's so many not matching. So your scores are probably going to get reported by somebody and taken down. Doing pretty good there, Ga. How about you? No commission? Okay. Yeah, see, I'm not sure about that kind of retail market on, retailers and that, but you never know. They could get like a bonus at the end of the year saying, oh, good sales and stuff like that. You never know. You can do something about that. All your hardware is doing the same thing, which means you need to make yourself a new Windows or something like that. If all your hardware is doing that, it means you messed something up and or falsing your scores probably. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure they're buying a 1500X3D. I was talking about the 1500X3D earlier this year, it was selling for like 280, 300, and I said that was actually not the worst price to be buying it at if you are going to be getting into a newer platform, but not to waste your money if you're already on the AM4, because it wouldn't give you that much gains just going to the 5800X 3D from like a 5700 or something like that. It's just not worth the gains. Too much money for it. It's just not worth it. Might as well just go to a new platform, sell what you have, go to a new platform. AM4 is still thriving with plenty of AM4 motherboards. Well, they kind of AMD discontinued a chipset, so no, it's not exactly plenty of AM4 motherboards. They're being sold for a very high price due to the fact AMD stopped producing the certain chipset, or whoever makes the chipsets to stop making it. So yeah, no, it's not really worth it to get into AM4 anymore. In my opinion, it's just too expensive, and not enough gains for the price. It's price to performance after your build is one of the lowest out there right now. Like maybe top 50, top 60, not even top 50. Well, take her easy there, Squeeze. Posted most of the 3570K subs. Might do a PC mark run with the. Yeah, definitely get it done then. How'd the scores go there, go? Yeah, Sapphire apparently Sapphire had a really bad return rate RMA. The Sapphire cards. I didn't realize Sapphire had terrible RMA. If you're looking to buy used Ryzen 7 X3D models right now, it's worth checking out the 5700 X3D, which is selling at a significantly lower price overall compared to 5800 X3D on eBay. On the flip side, if you own a 5800 X3D or 5700 X3D, now is the best time to sell it. Yeah, and you're not gonna sell it. No one's gonna be buying it at those prices. No one's gonna buy a 5800 X3D at $800. If they are, there's actually something wrong with them. Like actually something wrong with. If any of you think about buying a 1500 XCD at this kind of price, check yourself into like something that maybe will make you a bit smarter, or maybe go see your doctor to get on some medication or something like that. Because yeah, there's something wrong with you. There's actually something wrong with you. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure what revision your 3570K is. Let me just check it here. Oh no, you got a good revision. Yeah, you got a good model. You got a good chip. No, you got a good chip. Probably just not able to keep it cool enough, that's all. Hi, Nugget. I bet. Yeah, it'll probably help. Yeah, it'll probably help. I didn't check out your temperature, but no, you got a good revision. You got a good chip for frequency. You should be able to get around 5 gigahertz. I'm not saying you're gonna get 5 gigahertz. Should be able to get around that if you can keep the temps low enough. It's not a chip that clocks very high, man. It's not like even on like single stage phase change, it's at 5.4, 5.1. Liquid nitrogen's only 5.8 gigahertz. So it's not a chip that clocks very high by any means. And they're using the same revision as you for the people that are in the top. And they're also using higher voltage, which just means they can keep it cooler. Higher ratio of estrogen. Yeah, just wild the prices right now. I don't know, man. I don't think you're gonna get cold enough. I don't think you're gonna get cold enough for 5 gigahertz. That's all I'm saying. Because you'd have to do chilled water, and your water temp would probably have to be like -20. No, not 10C. Maybe 8. Maybe 8. And that's if you do it properly. Like delit it. Then you're gonna need to sand down the IHS on the backside to make sure that it sits flatter to the CPU. So that way you have to do testing, right? Like I'm pretty sure I've shown this on live stream, but you have to do testing when you do that. You're gonna need like a little bit of thermal paste after you do it, and then you're gonna sit the IHS back down, pressure in the center for a little bit, and then peel it up. Check the spread if it's not like perfectly. So there's like we're talking the minimal amount of thermal paste underneath it. Then yeah, you're not gonna see any gains. Now, let's say if you use liquid metal in that, if you did liquid metal and did it properly, you could see that 10C. But then if you're doing colder temps like you are, the liquid metal doesn't even make sense because it won't work. Yeah, it does take time, man. It takes time. And then like for me for like the 3770K, I also had to lap the die and lap the IHS on backside and front side of it to make sure it was perfect contact after doing it. Because I also lapped the die, which brought it down even further. And it took me a long time to get it set proper, but after that it worked like a charm. Or fun, yeah. You'd have you no, no, no. I just don't want you blowing up your hardware. Um, so you can do it, okay? So it is possible to do. You're going to have to make a piece of foam. So you're gonna have to cut a piece of foam. I've done this on live stream showing how to do it. You'll have to cut a piece of foam that's a semi-hard piece of foam to the correct thickness. So that way, after you mount the AIO, it's gonna push down the actual chip like an IHS would, right? It will push down the chip to make contact with the pins to make sure it's perfect press down on the actual chip, not the die. And then you got to make sure you don't go too hard or else you can crack the die or cause extreme damage. That could fry your CPU and motherboard. You can do it, it's just, yeah, be very careful. And then you got to make sure that you have that perfect contact. So that way, after you make the piece of foam, cut it around the actual die to make sure it fits over to the chip properly. You have to take off the retentioning bracket off your motherboard as well. It's doable. It's just, it takes a long time to do. And from my experience, it's not, yeah. Yeah, there's no point. Don't just because I know that you don't have the money to just go out and get new hardware, because it will fry your CPU and motherboard if you don't do it proper, or just break your CPU because you can easily crack the die. Easily, 100% doable, just not worth it. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And just like me, like I do all the testing, not like modifying GPUs and that. It's like how I destroyed the controller on my GTX 460 there. I should have known I should have had a fan on it, because yeah, I was at the basically the limits of what the controller can do. But I've already got the scores that I wanted out of it, and I can get a new controller later on and solder that back on. It's not like it's a big deal for me. It's a $5 part. Just takes a long time to ship in. A motherboard and CPU cost a lot more than $5. Yeah, and RX 580, you should only be buying it for $50. It doesn't matter what model. They're only worth $50. Yeah, and that's the thing though, and that's what I like tell people, like the copper shim mod is literally the best way to cool the VRAM, but you have to do it properly. My 3070 Ti, because again, I've done a lot of them, a lot of 3070 Ti's, because I bought them and sold them for people and did the copper shim job on it. I've had it for I don't know how many years now, and it took me literally 4 hours to do the copper shim mod, because I had to sand down every single piece to a correct thickness, so that way it would be perfect. Because it doesn't, you can't go too hard onto it. Like you can't press your VRAM really hard. If you press your VRAM really hard, and that's why they always use like the a thermal putty and or thermal pad on the VRAM. It's because it has squish factor. You need that squish factor. If not, you have to make sure you take your time and do it proper. Even, yeah, I mean, $100 is too much for RX 580. $50 max. $50. It's not worth it. There's so many of them too. I mean, there's so many RX 580s in the around. It's just not worth it. So when I see these people trying to sell it for like $150, it's like, yeah, you're kind of high, man. They're worth not even $50. The max I would pay though is $50. Same thing with the 5700 XTs. They're not worth over $200. They're worth like $100 in my opinion, just because there's so many of them. And they're used for mining. RX 580s, most of them are used for mining. Or were used for mining. Because they're fairly cheap when they came out. I know, I own multiple of them. 4 GB, 8 GB model. Yeah, come lay down. Oh yeah, you really didn't do the copper shim mod proper then. Something might have shifted around and you touched a an MLCC capacitor. The other thing is, like, you could have just broken a BGA ball, like cracked it somehow. It is possible to do, and then all you actually would have to do is just reflow the chips to see. But you don't have a hot work, so I mean it's kind of hard to just do that. Come on, come on. Oh, the big stretches, holy. Come on. What are you doing? Look what we got. Look what we got. A little purr monster. A little purr monster. Yeah, it's just the main thing you're gonna have to do with it is use a multimeter, test out the the power rails. Always test out the power rails first. If everything looks correct, then that's a good sign that the core might not be dead. There's no point. There's no point. They're worth no money. So even if you had the money, I would say just buy a new one. Because it'd be like almost $20 to ship it. Well, spend $30 more to buy yourself a new one. It's one thing you got to look at. Is it worth the time and effort on something? Is it worth it sending it in to get it fixed when you could have just spent a few more bucks to get a new one? A new one, used one. No, it's not. Let's say if it was like a more of a rare GPU, then yeah, it'd definitely be worth it. But there's no rare RX 580s. There's none. No top tier RX 580. Like I said, the most I would spend on a Sapphire model, a Red Devil model RX 580, the most I would spend is $50. And guess what? You can find them everywhere for $50. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, yes and no. If you know what you're looking at, if you know how to use a multimeter, you can kind of guarantee whether or not you can fix it. It's just like tracing back. You got to trace back and go through a whole bunch of steps to guarantee that certain components are working or not working. And then after those are good, you have to be able to see if you can either A, find the actual issue. If you actually can't find an issue with the actual PCB on the hardware on the PCB, the core itself actually might be dead. And if the core is dead, you can't do anything about it unless you switch out the core. And a lot of GPUs are just not worth it. Yeah, that'd be fun to do. Yeah. If you like certain models, some cars just look really nice to have, right? Yeah, modern. And they're fairly easy to work on. You just gotta do BIOS mods generally on them. Yeah, the RX 584 gigabyte was really good for overclocking. At least the one I had. I had the Sapphire model, RX 44 gigabyte, and then the 8 gigabyte had the MSI Armor. And that MSI Armor, holy crap! I don't know what they did with those fans and the cooler. It was really nice and stayed very quiet whenever I used it for gaming. It was really nice. I found it was actually better for OC as well on the core. Not the lower VRAM is generally better for better OC. It's just easier on the memory controller. You gotta remember your GPU has a memory controller as well, right? So less VRAMs can be less stress on the actual memory controller. Yeah, yeah, the MSI. Yeah, I had the red one. The red one. They had a different kind of like they had a black one I think too. I had a black and red and black one. It's nice. It was actually really nice. Quite impressed. Yeah, like 100%, and it was still very quiet. I was very impressed. Yeah, maxing out the slider though is yeah you shouldn't have maxed out the slider. You should have BIOS modded it. Not or did you BIOS mod it afterwards to get more slider? And then again, Afterburner is okay, but if you just used ASUS GPU tweak, you don't have a slider limit. There is zero slider limit on all like basically every single card. Because you can literally just set it. Yeah, once you do, you can literally set it so that way the max frequency you can get is like 3 gigahertz. You'll never get to that. It's just AMD with their cards, like through BIOS and also registry and that for some cards, they have limits. There's a lot of limits that they actually set it. So that way, let's say you OC it too far, well, guess what? It'll just crash. You use too much power. Doesn't matter if you have a certain power target, like my RX Vega there. I set it so that way it had over 350% power limit. That doesn't matter. You can't actually hit that power target because it will actually automatically crash due to the fact it's all set up by AMD through driver and registry through that, so that way if you actually hit a certain power, it just automatically would crash. You can spike, but as soon as there's a max load for longer than just a quick spike, crash, instant crash, crash, crash. It could be 100% stable, but you'll just crash. It's just due to the fact you're hitting that limit, and then you'd have to either A, BIOS mod it somehow so that way you can get past that, or hard mod it. And a lot of times you actually can't. You can't get past that through BIOS mods or registry mods. Yeah, I know it's been warm here the last couple days. Yeah, or 390 or the 390. I'm not sure. I think you can get a 390 cheaper, to be honest. But since I got the RX Vega, I'm gonna try the RX Vega with the PC Mark scores. I'll let you know whether or not it's worth getting one. Because you can get the RX Vega like 56 or 64 for fairly cheap, man. Compared to the R9 290X, which is you're not going to get much points with those. It should. It should. It's just I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because the HBM memory on the Vega cards are actually the bottleneck. They are actually the bottleneck. Because you can so I can do 1150 on my HBM because I modified the crap out of it. I can do 1150, and then once I modify it so I can get more voltage into it, and then there's limits on that too. Once I modify it for some extra voltage, like let's say 1.4, I can do 1200 on the memory. That would only actually give me like not even 5 gigabits per second. That's it. At 1150, it's like 4.3 or 4.4. It's not much. And from testing, it's not worth it. Like 1100 is just fine. 1150 doesn't really give me any points. It's all about the core on them. It's just it's dumb. AMD's dumb with the way they have the boost set up. You can set it. You can set your frequency to like 1.8 gigahertz. It'll try to do like 1.5, 1.86. Or if you're cold enough and you have enough power limit, it'll try to boost itself all the way up to 1.9 for no reason. That's why you have to actually set the boost tables to make sure it doesn't actually boost too far. It's so dumb. Or literally set it so that way it has a max boost. So if it tries to boost up, it'll only go so far. It's so dumb. So dumb. Such a headache that card is. Holy crap. 27-inch is $1,000? 0.03 milliseconds, though. That's insane. 0.03 milliseconds. Holy. It's 8 gigabytes. It has 8 gigabytes. It's just a lot of benchmarks actually don't. The only ones that actually use a lot of VRAM is Firestrike Extreme or Ultra. Well, Ultra uses more, and TimeSpy. TimeSpy Extreme and TimeSpy itself. Uh, I don't know why. I don't know why those actually help the scores. I don't know. I actually don't know why the R9 290X actually helps. It could be just a certain... I don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, it's probably software. It's got to be software. It's kind of like, 3D Mark 2001 SE. Like if you have a GTX 900 series, you're automatically going to get a good score, just due to the fact it's better. You can even run it stock frequency on the GPU and run a really high frequency on 3 cores and get like some of the best scores. It'll outbe a 3090 or 4090. For five. No, a lot cheaper. You can get a lot cheaper than 549. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, and R9 Fury and Fury Nano are around the RX Vega 56, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So maybe I'm not sure if you'll be. I'm pretty sure you can find some RX or your R9 390s as well for a decent price. I'm pretty sure the R9 290X or 290s cost more. I don't know why. It was like one of the first actual GPUs I had was a 200 series from AMD. Yeah, you can't even really run 3D Mark 2001 SE on AMD. At least on the RX Vega. Doesn't even work. My RTX 2080 Super does pretty good on 3D Mark 2001 SE. But a 900 series, GTX 900 series, any of them would outbeat it. It has certain Maxwell settings into it. It utilizes it and just automatically give you a better score. Oh my god, you're just so damn cuts. So damn cuts. Yeah, I'll test it out. I'll test it out on the PC Mark. See how it actually does. Maybe I'll do that. Let's see. Could do that Sunday night. Yeah, I'll do that Sunday night and see. Yeah, they're not cheap. But I don't know. They're not good. They're not like good in any ways. They're not a good GPU. I mean, you can make them very efficient, but like just to get some decent scores with them, holy the power! Like the RX Vega 56, 450 watts, man. 450 watts. It's wild. It's actually wild. And that's not even my limits. Like once I do some more hard mods to it, I'll probably be pushing like close to 600 watts with this GPU. When I can actually get it to do chilled. I don't think the HBM is gonna help. I just don't think it's gonna help. I mean the last GPUs with the HBM2 memory is the Radeon V2 or Pro from 2019. Those are the last ones that came up with it for consumers. For consumers like us, but there's lots of HBM out there. And it's nice because it stays cool. It's right beside the core. So if you got water on it too, they stay nice and cool. Just the only thing I've noticed with it, they're slightly thinner than the actual core on my RX Vega 56. Slightly thinner. So the paste isn't exactly spread out perfectly onto perfect contact. So maybe lapping the die a bit down would actually benefit it, but I probably won't do that on this card. The only GPU I've really done it on is my when I had the GTX 1070. That wholly helped it a lot. A lot. Like hotspot temp of like max of 5 degrees difference than temp core temp. Yeah. It's definitely because of um like the architectural, not the design of it anyway, but like the way it runs, the actual GPU. It's not because of any kind of memory or anything like that. Not because it runs fast or because it's really, really good. It's not. It's only because there's a certain way it runs. Like the can't even say software, like in a way a bit of software, I guess. Maybe it is part software. How we doing in the comp? We still in fourth? Yep, still in fourth. Definitely architecture though. Just some of the older benchmarks, they just run better on certain GPUs. Because PC Mark 10 is not anything new. Same with PC Mark 7. It's nothing new. It's just designed with certain cards in mind that are very efficient. This is kind of dumb. It's dumb how that makes sense. How it's more of a CPU style benchmark, but if you have a certain older card. Yo, Aaron, thank you very much, man. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, man. Have yourself a very good Christmas as well, and a happy holidays to you and your family. So it is Fiji. So it could, I don't know if Hawaii also works really good for it as well. You got Hawaii, Fiji, and then also I think it's Pitcairn are around the ones that are really good for PC Mark. Thank you, Aaron. I don't think it's anything to do with HBM. It's nothing to do with HBM. Nothing to do with HBM. I know for a fact. HBM does not help it in that anyways. HBM is only good for like a workstation GPU on certain software that you're actually using. Like the way it actually utilizes stuff. There's nothing good about HBM. The older HBM. The new HBM is a little different. Yes, Hawaii and Fiji are very similar. Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Pitcairn is, but I don't know. I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure Hawaii and Fiji, yeah. Hawaii. That's if my memory's all there. It's usually pretty good, but usually. Everyone give Aaron a like, and thank you very much there, man. I'll see how well the RX Vega 56 works. I don't expect it to be good on PC Mark. Unfortunately, I just don't expect it to be good, just because it's newer. But since the R9 like Fury and Fury, the Fury and the Nano are actually fairly good, and the R9 Nano is actually fairly close to the Vega. It's fairly close, so maybe it has potential to be good, but it wouldn't be because of the HBM memory, the HBM2 memory. It wouldn't be. No. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch some Christmas movies like yeah, I don't know. If anyone has any ideas on some Christmas movies. Yeah, that's a good one. Seen the cartoon show Primal? No. You know, trying to give me your paw? Oh, you're such a good girl. Can I have the other one? No, the other one. Thank you. No, I again don't watch TV, man. I don't watch TV, man. I've only the only time I've actually watched like a movie is when I actually had a couple of dates. What was it? Like, almost a month ago now. That's it. Since then, I haven't watched anything. Oh my God, that's brutal there, honey. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's brutal. No, I don't go to movies. Watched it at my place. I ain't got no money for movie theaters. Free, man, free. And Die Hard. Apparently, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. Even Bruce Willis said that. It's not a Christmas movie. You know one sec here. Oh, what happened to Bruce Willis? Just getting old, or what happened to Bruce Willis? Oh, well, that can just happen, right? There's nothing you can really do much about that. You can get dementia in your 30s, to be honest. No, yeah, he's definitely not young anymore. I hear you there. Yeah, I definitely hear you there. He's in his 60s, isn't he? Jimmy! How's it going, Jimmy? How's it going? I'm pretty sure he's like 63 or 65 now. Around there. You just turned 70? I'm getting old. Oh, not much. Just chilling. Just chilling. I'm going to be doing just a bunch of chilling streams for probably the rest of this year. And get back into some more things maybe next year. It's just, I don't really have much else to do that I can really do for PC hardware. I've done basically every GPU I've had. I need to get more GPUs, and that's just not in the budget. Yeah, I made this earlier this morning. Figured I'd do something a little different. Only one more shower until next year. I nugget. Yeah, I hear you there. What I would really like to get is like a G7400 or I don't know, something new. But GPUs is what I like, so I've been looking at some GPUs. Just we'll see whether or not I get them. We will see. Like some GTX 600 series. Maybe try to find some 900 series for a decent price. Try to. Yeah. First, I need to get for 2-core. I need to do 2-core. I need better CPUs for 4-core. 6-core I already got. 8-core I already got. 10-core I already got. 12-core I would like to get. Wow. Yeah, not even good kits. They definitely ain't worth it. Most likely Micron. Yeah. I'm pretty good at knowing my ACs, man. I'm pretty good at it. Just from frequency, timings, and also voltage will let me know whether or not what IC it is. Yeah, they're selling for a lot. Yeah, per kit, yeah. No, that's why I'm trying to tell people buy used. So that way the market does not just continue to climb. It's better to buy used because, well, it'll make sure the market comes back down faster than what it will if people continue to buy them new at crazy prices. You can save money that way. Oh, yeah. Used prices are still wild. I know that. Shawimba, we got a kitty. Look up. Look up. Don't look down. Look up. Really? Really? She's climbing all over me. What do you want? Come here. Lay down. Or just run back and forth. That's cool. Yeah, don't feed the machine. Exactly there, Beth. Yeah. Buy used. Buy used, people. Just like, I don't get how, like, the 4,000 series cards are selling more than the 5,000 series cards. That's marketing. That's marketing. That's manufacturers. That's retailers and all that. Just trying to make it go up higher. Oh, well, they stopped manufacturing them. There's limited supply, so they're worth more. They're not worth more. Anyone that's buying a 4000 series card more than a 5000 series card, get some help. Get some help. Go on medication. Go see a doctor, a therapist. Go get an education. They're better. From 15 to 25% better on the same tiers. Just get a 50 series card. They're cheaper than a 40 series card. Make the 40 series cards go down. No, it's not an issue for hotspot temp. For enthusiasts. I don't know. I don't get why enthusiasts wouldn't want them because of hotspot temp. If you know you got a good mount, you know your hotspot temp isn't going to be crazy. If you know what you're doing, it wouldn't be bad. So those enthusiasts that don't want them just don't know what they're doing. I need to get more DDR2, but I don't know. I just don't think it's worth it. I'd rather just use like my LJ7 and 7.5 CPUs with DDR3. You get better scores because you can tune DDR3 like DDR2, more frequency. Yeah, I don't know. People are just I don't know. I gotta watch what I say, I guess. But some people are just retarded. They literally are window lickers. They are retreaded tire. So they just need something to complain about, and people are complaining about the wrong fucking things. It's true though. People just complain about the wrong things. Wonder why all these prices are going up. Wonder why Nvidia, now AMD, even AMD does not care about gamers. Wonder why. Too much complaining. We're at a hardware to where these GPUs, CPUs, and everything are like well beyond what a consumer needs at actually a consumer reasonable price. Even though, yes, they're very expensive, at a reasonable price that consumers can actually afford them, and yet they still gotta complain. Just like how people are complaining about the thermal goop from Gigabyte cards. Oh, it's slightly leaking out a bit. You'll never fucking see it, you retard. You'll never fucking see it. I gotta complain about it though, because it's slightly spreading out a bit. That just makes sure that there's actually an appropriate amount. Yes, there was a little bit extra needed, but guess what? That just guarantees that it's actually making good contact. And you'll never see it. Never see it. But we gotta complain about it, because we got nothing better to do. Yeah, I need to get a good board for 775 as well. There's a few good ones. Exactly. Exactly. Because they gotta complain about something. Contain about? Yeah, I just don't know. People are wondering why price is going up. Because people are just complaining too much. They're complaining too much. Oh, we're gonna put a enthusiast grade CPU and GPU in a small form factor case. Oh, it's overheating. It's dying. Everything's dying. No shit. You just put a enthusiast grade CPU and GPU in a small form factor case, and it doesn't matter that it's on water. It's in a small form factor case. There isn't enough cooling for the actual motherboard. Not enough cooling for the PCBs. Like, and you're wondering why everything's dying on you. It's like, yeah. You are a handicap. Don't give me that face. Hi. Oh my goodness. I'm a large from factory guy. Look at the kitties. Look at the kitties. Don't purr at me. Don't purr at me. I don't want you to purr at me. You're not gonna move? You're just gonna stay in the hands? There you go. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with people buying, the top of the line. If you got the money for it, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just people gotta complain about, oh well, because the prices of this is so high. It's all like if you're looking at the way it's made, the actual performance, the hardware that's on it, then it kind of makes sense because per unit costs a lot of money. Packaging costs a lot of money. It does, and there's nothing we can get away from that. If we want to keep advancing, then prices are going to be up. Our performance is already at a point to where we don't really need to advance much further for consumers. Why do you think people, the Nvidia and AMD, and I'm not sure about Intel on some things, are going to new stuff and then going to data centers only? Sell a lot more, a lot quicker, less complaining. They don't have to worry about the data centers messing up installs that could destroy them for RMAs that are just wasting their time. Doesn't even matter that they say no RMA. And you just wasted their time. You just wasted somebody's time to check it. 240? Dang, that is a good deal. That's a real good deal. Can't complain about that. Holy moly. That's a good deal, man. Yeah. That's, you would think it's a typo. Doesn't matter, it's refurbed. That's a 470 Ti. You can find them broken for 240 on eBay. Broken, not even working. It's not even data centers. It's not data centers' fault. It's not. It's majority of it is from consumers. That's why I don't like the drama from like these bigger YouTubers. So the drama of just nitpicking little things and then just hammering them about that little thing. It's just making consumers complain more. And flipped it, yeah. In a way. In a way, there you go. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And for that price, it's really good. It's just data centers don't use majority of data centers don't use what consumers use. That's one a lot of people don't understand. They use way completely different CPUs and GPUs than consumers. The RAM is generally different kind of RAM as well. They don't just go out and buy. Yeah, I'm Canadian. We don't have micro centers. We don't have micro center. Best we got is Canada Computers. And it's not even close. But same thing with GPUs there, Guh. Same thing with GPUs. They're not using the same GPUs. They're not even using like an RTX 6000 Pro. Alright? They're not using the same GPUs. They're not using 5090s. $180 that's oof. That's a bit of a drive. Bam. Someone's getting angry. Hi. No, because they don't need it. They're just mainly used just to the fact that they have lots of VRAM. And you can link up a whole bunch of them. Then you can link up CPU and GPU with a NVL72. Maybe. I don't think below MSRP by any means. No, they're still supposed to come out with them early 2026. Early 2026. At least that's what I read. They're still supposed to come out with them. It's just not this year. They said early 2026, could be pushed on a bit, but yeah, right? They need to make another like 4070 Super TI Super, whatever it is. That was a really good card. A really good card. And not at like an astronomical price. It was worth it in my opinion. They kind of messed up by bringing that card out, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, PC cases are also not exactly cheap. And the cheap ones are not really good, right? And you gotta thank tariffs for that one, due to the fact prices of metals went up. I think also it didn't have as much CUDA cores, right? It had less CUDA cores as well. Nothing wrong with 12 gigabytes of VRAM. If you have lots of VRAM and you don't have the actual raw output of the core, the VRAM does not make sense. It's just driving the price of the GPUs going up. Yeah, oh yeah, it definitely would have. It would have. But how much more? Is it worth raising the price of it an extra $60 for that extra 4 gigabytes of VRAM? Is it? Well, actually it'd probably be more than $60. Actually, it'd probably, yeah, maybe around $60 extra. Would it be worth it? Would it sell more? Nah. 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 The bigger memory bandwidth is just probably due to the fact it had a faster from factory overclocked VRAM. That's probably it only. And yeah, having that extra two missing memory chips just means it's easier on the memory controller, right? So it means they easily could have. Oh, bit bus width, not memory bandwidth. Memory bandwidth is actual VRAM speed. It's around, yeah, yeah, it's around the 5070 Ti. It's like a 5070, but if you overclocked 50, like if you have a overclocked 5070, it's basically the Ti Super. Yeah, because they decided you don't need it. Yeah, right. And that doesn't make sense. Having that actual power of the actual core, what it actually can do, you know, if it's 192, 256, whatever, and then you have a really high VRAM. The VRAM is just extra cost, and it's not being used properly, unless you're doing certain projects like AI or Blender runs and that. Like that's when the VRAM can be used because it doesn't actually need the raw output. Yeah, yeah. But it's still like the 4090 versus 5090, it's still like a 20% increase in performance. Of raw performance, not like DLSS and frame gen crap. Yeah, and exactly, not everyone uses those. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like if you're if you need a workstation built, you got to build it the proper way. If not, it will not give you the performance per cost. Now, if you need a GPU that does both gaming and also whatever you're doing, like AI, any kind of workstation style stuff that you're going to be doing, because there's so many different variances of actual where VRAM can come into play, then you can actually make the PC work better at a more affordable price. It's like everyone's like, I don't get why people are like going ham on these Threadrippers and that. They're not needed. For majority of people, Threadrippers are not needed. Majority, we're talking like 0.0000001% of people need a Threadripper. Not even a Threadripper Pro, just a Threadripper. And if you're someone that does anyone know about AI training? AI training, yeah, you might need those cores because you're going to be doing huge workloads, but then you're also going to need the GPUs. I mean, you can make up to like $200 an hour, by the way, if you're doing certain AI training, but you also need the computer to actually do it. And if you're just building a computer that's mostly CPU that costs so much, and you're not pairing it with the actual GPUs, that are actually going to make sure you're actually going to get the actual speed of it, then what's the point? Because you're only going to be able to do such large LLMs. You're not going to be able to do the larger ones or complete things faster, which means you're actually losing money if you're paid a certain way. But for gaming, a single GPU is all you need. Exactly. Yeah, you don't need it. You don't need it. Now, that's why I, like, whenever people come to my channel and ask me, like, PCs to build, I need information before you can ask me that crap, man. Like, I need actual information. Like, your budget, what games you're doing. Is it strictly for gaming? I need to know more of things. What's the monitor that you have or going to be using it with? Are you trying to become a professional gamer? Are you doing this? No? Well, dang, you can literally grab a potato PC and just play. A potato. But if you want the best stuff, if you have the money for it, I'll let you know. I can't complain. Like, if you got like the deal I got on like a 1300K or something like that, then yeah, pick it up because you're literally spending less money than you would with the 12600K. Spend less money than if you're buying a 13600K or 14600K. But if not, well, it's not really worth it for you. If you're video editing, yes, those CPUs are going to be more beneficial for you. Yeah, for most people, those are plenty good. It'll give you good frames in most games. And a lot of people, if people actually check out like Steam charts and that, you'll know what games are the most played games. Let me just check it here, see if they're still the same. They should still be the same. Like CS2 is still one of the most played games. Yep. There's holy 330 million people on Steam right now. It's a lot of people. Yep. So right now. Oh my god. No. Give me the better Steam chart. Yep, Counter-Strike 2, 1,300,000 people are in it right now. Right now. Dota 2 with almost 700,000 right now. Arc Raiders, which is becoming very popular right now, almost 300,000. PUBG Battlegrounds, 200,000. Rust, 170,000. Path of Exile 2, 160,000. Bongo Cat, 122,000. Grand Theft Auto 5. 117,000. Battlefield 6, 100,000. Source SDK base 2007, under 100,000. Warframe, under 100,000. Grand Theft Auto 5 Enhanced, 92,000. War Thunder, 90,000. Marvel Rivals, 90,000. Like, the most played games right now, Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, Arc Raiders, PUBG, and Rust. Those are the most played games right now. Skyrim's not even close. Not even close there, Vet. Skyrim, 5 playing. I've never played it. I've never played it. I don't play. Yeah. No? Never play it. Skyrim does not need it. It's just well made. It's just well made. You can play it on a potato PC. Not your mods. Your mods is different. Your VR with mods is different. That's a different kind of Skyrim. Well, it's the same Skyrim. It's just brutal. Yeah, don't have internet yet. It's true though, man. It's true. Oh my god, someone's getting hangry. What's up? Hi. Yeah, shots fired. Come here, you. Alright, I need to go feed this turd nugget. I'll be right back. Come on, let's go. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you might fall asleep on you there, Jimmy. Jimmy got timed out for 86,000 seconds. Let's see. Yep. I'm not sure if you need it. Yeah, I'm not sure if you need the internet. Because you can use Steam offline. Since you have all the mods downloaded, you have Skyrim downloaded, so you could probably play it offline. It's not like you need it online. We got a weather alert. Weather alert. Ugh. Fit Girl Repack? What? Alright, so we only got 9 days left for the competition. 9 days left. No, who would ever do that? No one does piracy nowadays. It's illegal, isn't it? Well, Nintendo thinks it is. They can do it, but nobody else can. You own nothing. You just own the rights to play the game. You do not own the game, though. Even though you spent $80 on a game. You don't actually own it, though. Yeah, it's just so many people are gonna still buy Nintendo, so it's not like they'll ever go bankrupt, probably. They should. People should stop buying them. Basically, yeah. Yep. Yep. It's wild. It's wild. Wild. Let's see. Who's going to make it up there? Crane just needs to do one good sub with a RX 56. That's not good. Oh, now it's starting to snow. Some big snowflakes, too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's gonna be a crappy... the neighbor's gutters are almost all 100% ripped off now from all the ice and snow. That's brutal. I have no clue what that is there, Guh. You want another 1080 Ti, hands easy. Hands easy. Hands down. I would like 5 or 6 of them. That way I can see what one's the better ones and then do some quad SLI. For easy. Yeah, they are great. I gotta fix mine still. I gotta replace the fuse in it. Gotta replace the 8 amp fuse. And hopefully it's still working. I'm still miffed about that. I can't believe there was a ball of solder underneath the thermal pad. And it must have just, when I took off the cooler that one time, you know, I've taken it off and cleaned the card out I don't know how many times. Yeah, they're fun though, OC. They stay fairly cool too. If you put them on water, they stay fairly cool. They're fairly easy to cool. As long as you know, got good contact, but yeah, I need to get like 1050 Ti, 1060, and I've basically done all of them. Yeah, I mean, I still wouldn't mind a 1030. Be fun to modify it, add on extra power to it. Do like what I did with this card here, add on the extra power source. Don't matter. It's just for overclocking. You can probably get a 1050 close to a 1060 performance after mods. Easily, actually, probably. No. Nobody's gonna be using 10 series, shouldn't be using 10 series anyways. They don't have any driver support, so a lot of games just no good. Yeah, I want all the graphics cards. I don't care if I've even used it before. I want more of them. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. But you don't even need a 1050. You can literally use like a GT 610 or 710. No problem. You basically just need it for display. Emulation doesn't use any kind of power. So why spend the money on a 1050? I mean, you can get a used GTX 610 or 710 for like $5 or $10. GT 1010. Super rare card, he says. It's ultimate rare. It's why it's worth $1,000. Yeah, I'd like to get some nice old cards. Some like no, no. Some like 7,000 series GTs. 7,000, some more 8,000, some more 9,000s. Just because um, I like to go after some old scores. I got 4 for 2K. I only accept crypto. Yeah, because the 660 Ti and 660 Super, a lot of people had them because they were mining with them, and then those miners also did put in some scores. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Let's see. Yep. I think there's a lot of subs with like R9 290s, 280s, RX 480s, 580s, 570s. A lot of people were buying them. Well, I get still not as much as a lot of the video cards, but still. Then you got like the RX Vega 56 I have. Not a whole lot of subs. Same thing with Vega 64. Not a lot of subs. Especially for hardware bot. Hardware bot is at the time of whenever there's a new GPU, they're gonna be buying the best GPU to get the globals. Haha. Sounds like you need to make a new burrito. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. But Counter Rot's happy. I assume in 1 second here to go warm up some food. All right. Sad eyes. Got those sad eyes. Poor Counter Rock. That's some pasta I made up. Made that yesterday. He deserves a big nap after the burrito. Yeah, he knows he can get away with it. That's why he did it. Wouldn't understand because you baby him too much. But even my, so again, I train my cat. And she's more like a dog, anyways, right off the bat. So she's easy to train. But I can literally leave food on the ground, or even like leave her bag of food open, or put it in a container, leave it open. She won't even go. She'll go sniff it. That's it. She'll only eat if I feed her. It's really good. She have him sit and wait like a dog. You know what people do to the dogs? They'll just put one kibble in. She just looks at me like, really? That's it? One? She'll just wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, you're such a good girl, so give her it. Yeah, some dogs can be, but it's also, you might have not babied it as much, trained it earlier on, or maybe it just was like that. Personality, or a lot of reasons. Yeah. Yeah, I do that sometimes. She just looks at me. Just set some weights. Like, nah, I know you're gonna give me more. Or I can put her food in the dish and she'll just sit, wait. I'll just tell her to wait. Just tell her to wait. And tell her she's good to go and she'll eat. Though they have a cat that's more well trained than some dogs. It's kind of sad. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by free feed? Just like chicken or whatever it is that you give them? Oh, I mean, it's good in a way. In a way, it's good. Yeah, and that's one thing you have to worry about. That's why I only feed my cat twice a day. Even though, like, I feed her plenty. Plenty. Just to make sure she hasn't gained too much weight. Yeah, so is my cat. She goes through a lot of water. Some days, not so much, but some other days, holy crap. It's like, holy. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Twice a day? Wow. I usually just top up my cat's water once a day. Just some days it's like, holy. I just drank a whole bowl. And we're not talking like a little kitty dish bowl of water. We're talking like full size bowl. Yeah, it's good though. It's always good. Always well hydrated. Do you make it legal in all states? All 50? It's more revenue for the government. That's why he's doing it. Like, pay off debt. So, why not? Like, how many trillion dollars now has he taken off the debt? Oh, he's not decriminalizing it. Oh. Well, I mean, that'd be on possession amount, right? He's probably doing a possession amount. But not decriminalizing, that's pretty wild. I don't see why. Yeah, okay. I heard he was doing something. He was just, it wasn't too long ago. He was signing some papers I saw about drugs. Should be decriminalized, though. It's more money for the states, like the government. Probably not, because it's a petty crime. What's the point? It's like, why is it even, like, illegal? Mm-hmm. It's not like it's a huge health risk, right? No, it's not. Why do you think it's legal here in Canada, right? And it's done nothing but help the government, as in it's more tax money coming in. Well, that's easy. Doesn't matter. You can grow your own. Who cares? Tons of people are buying it from stores though. There's nothing wrong with it, in my opinion. It's just if you don't have that mindset, or if you do have some sort of mental issues of some sorts, then probably best stay away from it. Mm-hmm. Because depending on how you're raised, the time you're raised, there's a lot of influence. Influencing is a huge portion of whether or not someone likes or dislikes something. What side of it that you're actually seeing. Exactly. Propaganda from the media a long time ago. Exactly. Yep. The thing is, you can have someone that's completely normal, that's either smokes marijuana or even does hard drugs, and you would never know. Never know. But then you got the other people that are like the lazy people that smoke weed and don't do anything, or they forget a lot, but that's just because they're not you want to call it, they have no ambition. And the thing is, the weed did not make it so that they had no ambition. They had no ambition to begin with. So they smoked weed to make it so that way they felt better. And then they just got hooked onto it because it made them feel better. And without it, they just felt terrible. And if you're feeling terrible, well, you got to have a coping mechanism, which is a form of addiction. But I mean, there's forms of addiction that you don't even have to do drugs to get. But yeah, coping mechanism is the main thing. Like, they need to be able to cope with something. They need to make themselves feel that euphoria, to feel happy. Yeah. Having weed legal is fine. Especially in the States where it's going to be legal at 21. Here it's legal at 19. The thing is, why put people in jail for something that's basically harmless? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? They don't mess with the starts that are legal? I don't know what you mean. Oh, states. Hmm. Yeah. I guess depending on where you are, kind of makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to have it legal in one state and not another. It's the United States. If it's legal one spot, it should be legal in all the spots. Kind of like here in Canada. It's legal everywhere. I don't see why not still, though. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, though. That doesn't make sense why. There's so many worse things that someone can do than to smoke something. Just like cigarettes, basically. Instead of nicotine, though, it has THC. Yeah, I know reason why. Yeah, which is good. But it should just be legalized. your drugs in the USA take classes? One sec here. Yeah, yeah. Class 1 or Scheduled 1 substance. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Food was a smart move. Yeah, yeah. The their program. Yep, their everyone everyone that did it took drugs. Uh, yep. Just say no to drugs. Oh, but alcohol's fine. Smoking's legal. Coffee's legal. Energy drinks are legal. Yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah. There's so many things that are worse than some substances. Don't you put it in your mouth. Don't you put it in your mouth. Oh my god. So good, man. So good. Don't you put it in your mouth. See, that's the thing. I went to schools where drugs weren't exactly like the cool thing. It's just if you smoked weed, you smoked weed. If you did other things, you did other things. You could be part of any group and just be that one person that does one thing. There was really no classification on super popular kids in my schools. Depends on the person you are. Yeah, ask your mom, ask your dad. How many drugs have you done? It was never peer pressure for me. It's not. It's never peer pressure. It's who you associate yourself with, right? It's the thing is, if like a lot of people don't realize, if you're associating yourself with those people and you want to be like those people, or just hang out with them, you don't have to do it. But if you want to be like them, well, you're gonna just do it. Yeah, peer pressure. I never got that. First one's free. First one's free. Sounds more like The Rock. For some marijuana. Yeah. Yeah. That's brutal, man. Brutal. Yeah. The other schedule one. Well, hello there, Nugget. What do you want? What you doing? Yes. Ooh, Huffy. You come lay down? Yes, hound dog. You don't need to sniff everything. Come on. Hi. You guys say hi? What you doing? Oh, you leaving? All right. Bye bye. I try to find some. More topics here to talk about. Oh yeah, the 9950X 3D. Yeah, 9,000. Third for 9,000. Did you? Oh my god. Yep. The first is free. Come buy me when you need more. Message. Judge. And they made it sound like it was basically cool for kids. Like, it's so dumb. Yeah, the drugs. This is your brain. Yeah, this is your brain on drugs.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time. This is your brain. This is drugs.
This is your brain on drugs.
This is your brain on drugs.
Don't you put it in your mouth? Oh my god.
Your mommy or daddy are always telling you, don't put that in your mouth. Let's find out.
Hi, kid. We're here to tell a little story about why you shouldn't put things into your mouth when you don't know what they are, and why you should never take anything a stranger tries to give you. Why not? Because if you ate somebody else's medicine, some bad food, or some poison, you could get very sick. I'm very sick. And that's why before you eat anything, you should always ask someone you love if it's okay. Okay, I love you. Can I eat the guitar? No, but you can help me sing a song about eating things that don't belong inside you. Okay, I want to Okay, everybody, if you see something that you want to eat before you do anything, remember this song. Don't you put it in your mouth. Don't you stuff it in your thing. Don't stuff it in your thing. So it might look good to eat. So it might look good to eat. And it might be good to taste. And it might look good to taste.
They should be using this for like McDonald's and that. Yeah, happy and singing. I mean, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, it's yep, yep. The good old commercial. Well, not commercials. The ads for it. There's a bunch of other ones too. Yeah, the house hippo. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, that'd be the counter route. Let's see. Nugget. Let's see what Tom's Hardware is saying on some things. Taiwan considers TSMC export ban that would prevent manufacturers its newest chip nodes in the US. I mean, makes sense. Oh, Prusa 3D printers actually doing something good for the people. Ongoing YouTube Google outage reported. Outage spikes across popular services. This was 7 hours ago. What? So, users of Google and its offshoot services, including YouTube, YouTube TV, are reporting issues with the services as of Friday morning. And we got morning, folks. Users of Google, YouTube, and more report issues with services. Stay tuned. A bunch of other places. Google issues. Since reports of YouTube issues, YouTube TV and Google itself have started spiking on down detector. YouTube users are reporting problems with the website and streaming videos. On Google itself, users are reporting problems with both the website and trying to search for issues. YouTube TV. It's apparently a lot of people. YouTube is apparently the worst affected with nearly 10,000 reports in the last hour. Google is saying it's good. I haven't seen any issues to Google. Oh yeah, did they? See, the only way, like, you can't test, in my opinion, you cannot test thermal paste the way that some people do the thermal paste. Like, you see these people doing the spreads with a piece of glass. Like, that doesn't make sense. That's not how it works. It depends on your cooler. It depends on what you're putting it on. The IHS of a CPU can be completely different than another CPU. The cooler flatness of a cooler could be completely different than another one. Some of them might be concave, convex, wavy, or fairly flat. So I'll have to check out some of the. Yeah, I mean, but the detail going in and about it does not equate to every CPU. And like, does he also do the actual thermal transfer on a thicker portion of whatever IHS and cooler that he's doing it to, or is it just to like a perfect contact to a perfect contact? Because I know he's not doing it with like actual hardware. He's using like machines to do it, I believe, right? Which does not equate to real world. Yeah, he's using a machine. Yeah, I see his machine right here. That's not. You can't put that. I mean, check underneath the microscope in that to see the actual how, like the actual components into it. Gabby, stop. Like the components into it, how like the actual like what size of each of the whatever they're using for the makeup of it, then yeah, that's fine. But to actually test out the actual thermal paste, you'd have to do it on CPUs or GPUs. Cannot just use the machine that is using. It doesn't. It's not proper, in my opinion. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. Like it does show the better case scenario, but most people are not like lapping the cooler, lapping their IHS on a CPU, which means their results could vary because you can have different thicknesses, like actual variances of the CPU and the cooler contact, and wherever it's actually making contact would be the best spot, yeah, which is generally by the core, but having the whole IHS covered or be very, very close to it would be better. And then if there's like thermal paste that's thicker, how bad is the thermal transfer on a thicker paste, like the actual gap? That's what he's also talked about for the gap fill, is just like micron gap fills. Yeah, 400 UM. Yeah, because he has a machine that's been very very flat with very very flat. So if it's not a machine that's like, that's why pump out can happen more on if you have a super smooth surface. A super smooth surface. So that's why I say if you lap your CPU, your IHS, hit it with some Scotch-Brite. Because it'll give it a little bit of grip, more or less, just to make sure there's not as much pump out. That way there is fill. That way it doesn't just give you a bare spot. Like you'll see my CPUs and my coolers they're shiny, yes, but then if I like take some really close up pictures of it, you'll see that you can't feel the scratches at all, but there are micro scratches into it, and that's because I don't want pump out. I want there to be something to fill. Because you can't get a perfect contact. Well, you can get a good contact between the cooler and the CPU IHS. It's just to get it to be perfect it takes so long to do. And I do it a proper way. Like generally I do a three surface lap, which is the best way to do it, which is 2 CPUs and a cooler to lap. But then you have to match lap it, and that is match lapping, which is one of the best ways to do it. But even still, since you don't have like most people, like 99.999% of people don't have these high-end lapping plates, these specially made stuff to do crazy good lap, that or flattening stuff, there's no point. Just sand down the IHS, which would thin down the actual copper. Get rid of the nickel plating, because the nickel plating actually is worse than the copper, and just adds on thickness. Getting as much surface area on that IHS as possible, closer down to the die. Same thing with the cooler, and you get a better thermal transfer, and thermal load is gonna be lower, and the overall thermal wicking is gonna be better for sustained loads. And then whatever that temperature, whatever CPU in that you're using, it would, for sustaining a lower temperature overall, you would actually need a certain pump speed with like if you're using AIO, a good AIO that has a good radiator. Aluminum is actually really good. It's just you need a 360 mil at least for a lot of things. The more is the better. And that usually keeps your max temp lower. Yeah, I don't care to use a glass sheet. Glass sheets are concaved. They're not true flat. They're fairly flat, yeah, but they're not. And then a sheet of paper, you would actually have to contact cement it with very, very thin amount of contact cement to the glass to actually do it proper. That's still not proper. And then the best way to do it is a three-way lap, which is 2 CPUs and a cooler. And then because lapping, you actually want to use the lapping plate itself. You generally want it to be less hard than the actual object that you're lapping. I don't know if that makes sense for a lot of people. It doesn't, but that's how it works. And then you're gonna lap the 2 CPUs together. You gotta lap one of the CPUs to the cooler. You gotta lap the other CPU to the cooler. You gotta lap the CPUs to the cooler, and vice versa, back and forth with lapping paste. And that is a match lap. Yeah, because that's the way cooling also affects, and that's older homes for the way they actually are manufactured. The thicker the glass, generally the better. So if you want a nice lapping surface, you want a 1/2 inch or thicker piece of glass. But because of the way it's done, and no matter what, you'll have either a little bit of a wavy, or it's generally concaved. And then the one side, whatever side that is actually cooling on, actually matters for the one side on how flat it is. And the whatever it's being cooled on, which is generally just rollers at machine generally, it's not going to be perfect. And that generally will give you that bit of a wave. I had to learn about glass manufacturing now, because I used to work in a custom shop, right? So like a custom shop building relocatable buildings, and I had to make my own windows from like a sheet of glass. And guess what? I've literally picked up sheets of glass and it shattered in my hand. Nothing I can do about it. And everything from that batch was like, you just pick it up. You literally just pick it up and it would shatter. Why? It was cooled improperly. It was maybe baked improperly. Yo, how's it going? Yeah, definitely the best way is having a thicker piece of glass, but still not appropriate in my opinion. Now what you could do is like sandblast, or it's generally sandblasting that you're going to do on the piece of glass. Then you're going to take another piece of glass that's like same thickness, do the same thing, and then you can actually like add in some sort of lapping compound and lap those 2 pieces of glass together. And that's one way that you can actually make a nice flat surface. But then the sandpaper to it, you are gonna have to use something to hold it down, as in the whole surface, not tape, not tape. You can do that, but then you'll have rounded sides. It'll be uneven on the sides, and you don't really want to do that. Oh, not too much. We're just relaxing on today's stream because we're getting close to the end of the year, so I'm just gonna be doing some more relaxing streams, just chilling, talking, helping people out to understand some things about overclocking, modification, stuff like that. I can if you want. But my rating is, what are you going to be using the PC for? What are you using the PC for, and how much did you pay for it? I'll go second, he says. Yep. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Wait, 16 gigabyte? Or do you mean 32 gigabyte, 2 by 16? Well, you 5070 is around, what, 5? Well, are you US, Canadian? Where are you from? Oh. Ooh. My minimum's 32, so that automatically knocks you down points there. Yeah, it's definitely no, 6000 CL30 is not Micron. That'd be Hynix. Early revision, or it could even be Samsung. I'm Canadian, so I'll give you an estimate in Canadian. 5, 3, 11, 12. I would say around 16 to 1700 Canadian. I'm not sure how much that equates to India. How many rupees is that? Rupees is what you use, right? $103,000, almost 104,000. Yeah, it is rupee. I'm right. I got a memory. I got something sometimes. Boom. US. So yeah, I'm pretty close, man. So you paid roughly 110,000 rupees, right? 115,000 rupees. Maybe around 120 actually. I think that's around 120 actually. $137,000. My apologies. Yeah. 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 How many pots did you have to break for it? No, no. PCs are not cheap here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 32 gigabyte would have been better. Yeah, not cheap. It's just that's the price of RAM right now. People shouldn't be buying it. At least new. Always buy used right now. In my opinion, it's best buying used. Honda to temporarily shut down factories in China and Japan because of chip shortage. Well, there's your car prices going up. China may have reverse engineered EUV lithography tool. Lithography. I say lithography. Lithography tool to convert lab report claims. Huh. New Texas Instrument Labs will pump out tens of millions of chips per day. New Texas Instruments fab will pump out tens of millions of chips per day. First 300 millimeter fab starts production after $60 billion investment. Holy. Per day. Yeah, I hear you there, Vap. Nice. Glad you got the refund. Yep. Only 14% right now. Data centers is where it's at. They're buying way more and way more high-end stuff than consumers. So Texas Instruments just started producing 300 millimeter wafers in its Sherman, Texas facility as SM1. The first 4 fabs have come online, according to the company's press release. It has started delivering chips from this site to its consumers and customers, and that it's ready to ramp up output to tens of millions of chips daily. What are they fabricating? Tens of millions a day. 300 millimeter wafers. How many chips is that per? The start of production at our newest wafer fab in Sherman, Texas, represents that TI does best. Owning every part of the manufacturing process to deliver the foundational semiconductors that are vital for nearly every type of electronic system. Texas Instruments President and CEO Haviv Lian said the largest analog and embedded processing semiconductor manufacturer in the U.S., TI is uniquely positioned to provide dependable 300mm semiconductor manufacturing capacity at scale. $4.3 million square feet of manufacturing space. 4.3 million square feet. Almost 100 acres. Almost 100 acres of manufacturing space. That's big. And that's 3,000 new TI jobs plus thousands of indirect jobs. Well, like, you're gonna need janitors, you're gonna need a lot of maintenance done. So that's like probably 4,000 plus jobs right there. Yo, how's it going, Nick? Well, yeah, they definitely should be doing that for the service industry, because, I mean, someone needs to do something on a certain portion of, besides for consumers like PC, like your homes, like normal people. So that would actually help out a lot for maybe cutting down prices on, I don't know what they're like manufacturing tens of millions per day, but of what? Like, I don't see what nodes, what semiconductors are actually doing. Semiconductors are more than just CPUs and GPUs. That's huge, man. That's huge. That's just SM1. Yeah, 4. Yep. I don't think these companies are going to be able to purchase them. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of things that affect that as well, right? It's a guy with TSMC in Taiwan's making sure that it could be very difficult for the U.S. to get their products or new nodes, and or not even be able to get it at all. To last until end of next year, at least minimum. And then after that, hopefully prices go down. It depends on manufacturers giving more, and yeah, like, prices will continue to go up until early next year at least. Go up, not now, up. Same thing with GPUs, and then next year also CPUs are going to be going up due to new CPUs are going to be coming out. Those new CPUs are going to be expensive, and since people might be switching over to the new CPUs, people might actually switch over to a newer platform, not to the new platform, but to newer platforms. And depends on how many are going into the newer platforms can afford it. Prices can continue to rise or stay steady. A lot of it's marketing. A lot of it's marketing. No, exactly. They're not gonna. 40%. I got like 20%. Well, I mean, not like 20% to like gamers. Yeah, they are going. They have delayed it until next year. I have not seen anything about canceling it yet. No confirmation on canceling it. It's just yeah, no cancellation yet that I know of. Yeah, but US can only do so much, right? That's why they're making new fabs. No, we're supposed to have more than that. I don't care for that channel, by the way. They're kind of morons. And if you actually know most of the stuff about it, you would see that a lot of people agree. Hardware Unboxed, I believe. Yeah, they're supposed to cut down 80%. 80% cut down. As in to consumers, to gamers, and focus on 80% cut down. Not 40% fewer. Yeah, confirming because they're part of the masses. They're part of people that aren't getting the proper information. That's why I don't care to watch a lot of YouTubers. So they're not getting the proper info. They just go off of what this person says, even though this person's been right only 20 fucking percent of the time. This computer stuff is whack. I'm out. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers I just don't care to watch. Oh, no, that's the thing. A while ago, that was probably the speculated what they're going to be doing. But Nvidia confirmed what they're actually going to be doing. And I don't know why they put out these videos after they've already confirmed. And a lot of people are saying 40%. That's not what they said. NVIDIA has not issued an official statement confirming recent reports, but they did say something about the cutback. It's going to be more than 30 or 40% that everyone else is saying. Like they're going to be primarily 80 to 90% primarily working on GPUs, manufacturing GPU chips for data centers. 80 to 90%. Which is wild. Yeah, but Linus said, yeah. Is this all? Is all this stuff going to Trump's AI push? Um, no. You gotta think businessman, right? Businessman. It's not just to stay ahead of China. It's also due to the fact a lot of he's invested into it and a lot of other investors are into it, and they want to have a certain quota done for at a certain period of time. That way investors can make a lot of money. Yeah, rumored reduction is around 30 to 40%. Still rumored. I'm trying to figure out where is the cutting back. Yeah, of course it's going to affect it. A lot of things do affect the market, right? A lot of things. A lot of things affect the market. And since Nvidia owns like almost 90% of the data center market, this is the reason why they want to just primarily focus on producing more chips for the data centers, these higher end chips, because they make more money off of it. So doesn't that make sense? If almost 90% of their revenue is from data centers, why would they want to continue making chips and just automatically raise the market on gaming GPUs for consumers? Yeah, because they're a $4 trillion company. Why stop there? If investors just keep investing into it and if they can just keep making more profit, investors will continue and then they can just grow further and further and then they can advance further. They can spend more money on advancements. Yeah, AMD is good at following, which is good. It's good because they do a lot of things. Exactly, Nick. 100% agree, man. 100% agree on that. This AMD has become a thing because they have literally re-engineered NVIDIA GPUs and Intel CPUs to upgrade their own, and then they marketed their stuff very well. That's the reason why they're really good. Yes, they might not be as good, and they can actually sell because, well, the price to performance was really good at one point. Now it's terrible, of course, but the price to performance was good at one point. But now their name has been out more and more people have used it, which means more masses will actually continue to buy it. But in my opinion, on GPUs, CPUs, yeah, definitely buy them. But GPUs, it's just no point in buying AMD GPUs, in my opinion. You can generally just spend, what, $50 to $100 more, get way more performance. But if you like certain brands, which is fine, some people do like certain brands. CES 2026 for the B770? No, the B770 should be out. Is it not? Or should be out? Pretty sure the B770 should be out. Oh no, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Man, they're kind of behind on that then. They're actually behind on it, the B770. Huh. Dang. I mean, Libaton's been trying his best for getting stuff out, but dang, that's actually kind of behind. Yeah, it's going to be CES 2026 when they're probably going to debut it. What GPU did they... isn't that the dual core? Yeah, the B60 and B50. I'm not sure if they already shipped the B5A and B570. But yeah, the B60 and the B50 was supposed to have like 24 gigabytes of VRAM. I'm not sure if it actually came out or not. Yeah, B580, B780. No, yeah, the B580 I would like. Yeah, the B580. Well, I would actually also like the A770, but yeah. Yeah, I think the B60 is the one that's dual core, or is it the B50? I'm pretty sure they made it. They're not really making sense at the beginning on the naming scheme on what one's gonna have the dual core. And it's only gonna be certain AIBs that do it. I'm pretty sure ASUS is gonna do it. Or yeah, they should be coming out with. I'm not sure which one it is. Is it the B60 or is it the B50? Pretty sure it's the B60, which is supposed to have like 48 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the B60. Yeah, the B60. 24 gigabytes per core, totaling to 48. Yeah. Yeah, the A770 I think is around 250 or 260 right now, which is not terrible. I would like to have one. Where did it get shipped out? Where did it get shipped out? Because it's technically not released yet. Yeah, B580s. Yeah. Dual B580 cores on the B60. Each core has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. And there's, from when we went over early this year, it was supposed to be only, I think ASUS was primarily the only one that's going to be doing that AI, like the AIB for manufacturing it, and also Intel itself. The only ones that I know of. A lot of things can happen from the beginning of this year till now, of course. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, okay, yeah. They've already, yeah. I already know they manufactured them. They got a bunch of stuff in for manufactured. So yeah, it will be in CES though. So I'll definitely go over that January. Yeah, I mean the B580 for a lot of people would be more than enough, and for the price point, it's one of the best cards to buy. Like top 5 or is it in first place still? Is it still in first place for Price to performance, I think it's still in first place. But for like, if you need something for like encoding, if you're doing like a workstation, that's primarily what you want it for. It does game, it's just not the best for gaming. I mean, for the price point, I'd hope it's not the best for gaming. If not, Nvidia would have a huge issue on their hand. I kind of want to see the performance of the dual core, the B60. I do want to see the performance of it. I don't care about that it has 48 gigabytes of VRAM. That's awesome. That's awesome. I just want to see the actual performance, because when you have AMD has done a lot of dual core GPUs in the past. Okay, they've done a lot of them, but they're generally not as efficient as a single core. You can put 2 single cores together and it'll be better than a dual core GPU. What price will be low because they have already made the first batch. That would be a huge one. Agreed. Yeah, it would. And that's the thing. Liputan, he's a smart man. I don't care what anyone says about him. He's smart, okay? And even if he lost money onto it and gave people these GPUs at a really good price for the performance, the Intel could, like, this, I'm pretty sure in 2026, it's more or less gonna be 2027 for sure, give you the best way for them to actually really start coming back in the market, but get their name back in there. They do. And Liputan's been doing, I mean, thank God Pat's out. Pat, he did good back a while ago, but in the recent, like, 6 years, Pat has not been it. Liputan, in his first year, has done more than Pat in basically his entire time at Intel. Like, insane how much he's done in the past year. Just the past year. Lexus lost money on a car and then destroyed the market? Oh, really? Brutal. Help. I mean, Intel really needs something to bring them back. I know the B60 isn't exactly going to be for the masses, so it's not the one that's going to be the one that does it. But the B770 at a decent price, and since the A770, right? We're not even going to like a B580, like the A770. Since that GPU came out, they've gotten a feel for the games. They've gotten better driver supports for that. So right off the bat, hopefully Intel has a good driver for it, so that way it can automatically be good in games. Not down the road get that 50% increase in performance like the A770, but like right off the bat get the performance, and then after a month get better performance from some driver updates. That would... Actually, even with the 14 series release, Intel's been downhill since 2022. Like, I think last year they lost $20 billion. It was 20.1 or $20.3 billion. And that's actually kind of Pat's fault, as in not laying off people at a certain time. They had so many people on, like, that didn't need to be there. They had so many fabs running that don't need to be running. Like, you have Texas Instrument, TI. Texas Instrument, huge company as well, like TSMC, like massive, that makes all these semiconductors. And they're laying off people. They're not losing money. They're not even losing money. Like, they're nothing but making money. And that they've been laying people off. Yet Intel is losing billions of dollars, and they still had 20, 30,000 workers still at places that weren't actually making them any money. That's like Intel. It was too nice. Intel was too nice. Oh, wow. Based off the first Lexus. Yeah, yeah. AMD, it's gonna like I had some of the first videos I actually came up like made when I started streaming. Well, started YouTube. Some of the first videos that I did was if AMD gets a big head, it's gonna go up in prices, and that's gonna hurt AMD in the long run. And what happened in the recent years? What happened? AMD got that big head and has made these prices too high for what they are. They stopped manufacturing high-end GPUs. That's going to bite them in the long run. And there's nothing wrong with getting the NVIDIA card. And the thing is, yeah, you can get the AMD cards to work on some things. It's just, why put in that effort when you're not even going to get the frames that you should be getting with a different card? Yeah, well, the price to performance is still not there. That's the thing. That's what doesn't make sense. Yeah, for some games that are primarily optimized for AMD, yes. But only a few games. That's not well-rounded if it's only a few. Yeah, the fourth round of, yeah. And that's the thing. Have you seen the people talking about it? Oh, they're making another CPU for LJ 1700, blah, 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 blah. AMD's been doing it for fucking years. Been doing it for years. But they're not complaining about it. Well, people gotta complain that Intel's coming out with another CPU for LJ 1700. In my opinion, that's awesome. Some people might be on a 12100, 12100 or 12400F or something. Oh wow, they're coming out with a new CPU that you can. The lowest tier one is actually going to be better than, I believe, the 12100, and at a really affordable price. Yeah, but yeah, it's like, and like I said, when I went over, not well, actually I went over it in 2024, early 2024. I went over like the 9950X. You can even see how how crazy I was over it, because it was a beast of a CPU. It really was. It was a beast. There's been releases of newer CPUs now and GPUs from AMD that the prices just don't make sense. AMD was the price to performance king. That's how they got their name. Since AMD got the big head, and now their price to performance is not even in top 20. Oh, wow, I think what CPU was it? Was top 10. One CPU was top 10. But majority of them was Intel. Same thing with GPUs. GPUs are top 30. Are they top 30 for GPUs? I think that's what I went over. Not even in top 20. That's going to hurt AMD in the long run. And yeah, they did good. They did good. Like I said, when I came out with the 9950X, I said they did good. And then when they actually released in early 2025 the new GPUs and that, they did good. They did good. But because they got a big head, the prices of them just don't make sense. They don't. Great that they got the encoders that are good, like the AV1 encoders. Good that they did better ray tracing. It still doesn't even get close to the to the NVIDIA ray tracing though. Yeah, they did good on the ray tracing, as in they stepped it up. Still doesn't even come close to NVIDIA though. So how does that put the price to where you can spend 50 to maybe $100 more and get way better performance in all around games and ray tracing in just in frame render and not just frame gen? Because everyone's saying, oh, NVIDIA has frame gen. AMD has fucking frame gen with FS4, you moron. It's the same fucking thing. Oh, but NVIDIA has frame gen. NVIDIA has frame gen. AMD does too. I just don't get why they're promoting AI as much too. Like, since 14th gen, Intel 14th gen, and then also AMD with... What AMD did they start with the AI into it, built into it? 14th gen from Intel. It's like it's nothing but AI put into the CPUs, AI into the CPUs. It makes it better for AI. That doesn't make it better for the consumers. The consumers are not using AI. Like, majority. Not doing AI stuff. They're just gaming. They're just browsing. Why are you putting into it? Why are you raising the price of things for things that are not going to be utilized by the majority? That's what I don't get. Alright, just give me 1 sec here. It's brutal, man. It's so brutal. The time we're living in right now. It's great, but also not great at the same time. Holy, it's windy. It's so windy out. Does anyone else have something to put into it or ask questions? I think LTD just came out with a video too on the Threadripper, the new Threadripper, the 96 core. And they couldn't even beat the old Threadripper. At what, 1900 watts? Which means the IPC isn't there. What did I just say there, Vep? What did I just say? What did I say? I've said a lot. A lot of people don't care, though. Not sure, but I'm always telling folks. Yeah, exactly. No, no, no. It didn't have more cores. Same amount of cores as the one that he was going against. Same 96 core, but SimBench only utilizes 64, I believe, total for SimBench. R23 only uses 64, and then he did in the same test. He couldn't beat the other Threadripper, even though he was at like, how many watts was he at? 1100. 1100 watts, like with PBO max overclock they could do on it, they still couldn't beat it. Which means the IPC on the 64 cores versus the other one that was 96 core that could still only do 64 cores on SimBench max. I believe it's 64 threads, so 64 cores all you're going to do. And it's still, or 128 threads. Okay, yeah. Yeah, then the IPC is no good. Which, if you, I don't know if anyone remembers me going over the the leaked specs of people actually benching it. It was supposed to be like 73% better, even though they did a test versus air versus water, which water, of course, is going to give a better score, even though they did it that way. 73% better it was showing for better IPC. But yet, what happened? What happened to that 73% if it couldn't even beat an older Threadripper? Well, I'm not getting about these new benchmarks that everyone's doing, like all these high, like these like Gamers Nexus. Who else did a bunch of benchmarks on it? And they did all these benchmarks on all this new hardware, but then they changed the way they're doing the benchmarking versus the old hardware. It's like that doesn't make sense, man. And then my turkey is dry. Just wild. Yep. I love the way people do things. And the amount of RAM and that does not matter for SimBench. It does not. Brutal. Oh, less than 1%. RAM does not matter. I've done testing on it. RAM does not matter. Like, it doesn't give you better score. Temperature gives you better score. Just a temperature difference. Lower temperature will give you more score on SimBench. And some can say, yeah, some clock stretching involved in it. AMD's upcoming Ryzen 7 9850X 3D. Ryzen 7 9850X 3D. Price of about $600. So $150 more than the 9000X 3D. Wild. Just wild. Intel details progress on fabbing 2D transistors, a few atoms thick in standard high volume fab production environment. Oh, and they got it all set up for their high NA EUV lithography tool, which is good. So they're all set up for it. That'll help them produce the new 1954 CPUs to give them the yields, better yields. Holy. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're still just chilling. Still just chilling. Oh yeah, Arctic has now the MX7 thermal paste. If people don't know, they just came out with the MX7. I would have to do testing between MX4, MX6, and MX7. So yeah, I talked about it too about the Sapphire rep. He's predicting DRAM prices will begin to stabilize in the next 6 to 8 months. That's actually a good video that person did. Because that's something I was talking about. Like it's going to be until like around the end of next year when we see prices go down. Not exactly low, but depends on how much people are buying. I mean, it's not really a whole lot. Not a whole lot to talk about. A micro center? Not really. On sale! On sale from $600 to $349 for a Clev Bolt V32 gigabyte 6000 kit CL30. On sale! On sale, it's saying. No, no, that's not on sale. Those are kits of RAM that no one would ever buy to begin with, that they just marked up and then said on sale. On sale. Oh my god. Yeah, DDR4 you're looking at. DDR4 on some kits won't be half bad. You're looking at the like 64 and 128 gigabyte kits, then yeah, no, the prices are still up there. The 32 gigabyte kits aren't half bad though. Well, the 16 gig really is where they're cheaper. 32 gig, they start going up though. They've been up in price for a while now, DDR4. But yeah, no, these kits of RAM are still selling crazy price. On sale for $829 was $1,500 for G-Skill Triton Z5 Royal Neo. On sale, it's saying. Price cut from $2,000 to $1,500. Price cut. Price cut. Was $700, now it's $350. Price cut. Because no one's buying. Because we just randomly just put up these prices even though we had these in stock already. I really hope like just no one buys RAM for the next year. Like very, very few people do. I really do hope they do. Yeah, yeah, nobody would buy. Yep. DDR3 still down. DDR4 again has been up since early this year. And has not really gone down a whole lot. And has rised, if not a little bit, with DDR5. And then those kits are RAM. Those kits are RAM that people are. I mean, no one should even be really buying those really cheap kits for literally almost 3 times the price that they were a month or two ago. So, it doesn't make sense. Even though they had it in stock. They had it all. That's the thing. Because no one would be buying it. They're really just bare dies. The cheapest of the cheap kits. And from my understanding, a lot of people did not buy those bare die cheap kits. They bought a lot of Corsair Vengeance. A lot of people did buy some G-Skill. So yeah, it kind of makes sense those are going up in a way. Not to the price point that they are though. It does. It does. It does. Again, I still wish I didn't sell my kits of RAM that I had. My DDR5 at least. I sold them for twice as much. I wouldn't have sold them for any more than that because I mean, I sold 2 kits of RAM for the price I bought 1 kit of RAM for. So I'm not exactly looking to make money from the RAM. I'm looking to help out people that need the RAM. Plus, I made my videos. I've already done all my testing with them. There's no point of hanging on to them when I'm not going to be actually utilizing them. Yep, it is what it is, though. A lot of things have been pretty brutal for prices just randomly going up. Oh, we could just say this. We could just say this. We just blame it on this company. We just blame it on this company. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It isn't what it isn't what it ain't. Yep. No, you had more than enough of it, holy. Had more kits of RAM than me. Yeah, I was just buying the cheap kits too. Except for the one kit. The one kit of RAM I have, but I'll never sell it. I'm never gonna sell the one kit of RAM I have. I just wish the prices weren't so high. Yeah, that's a lot of kids. Are you Christian? Catholic? Yeah. I mean, it's nice that you did that too. Yeah. Hey, look for Mormon. Are you a Mormon? They have lots of. Uh, oh, I need to see what I gotta do. Yep. It's been brutal though. It's been a brutal year. Oh, welcome back. Yep, it's been a brutal year, man. Oh, did it? Haha. Hopefully that power doesn't go. It's getting windy though. I think we're gonna get a blizzard here. I know we have a weather warning, so I'm not sure. Oh no, no blizzard. Just Crazy wind. Just crazy wind. Well, lucky you. Peace. So a backup gen of some sort, really useful. Take her easy there, guy. Yeah, I might be ending the stream here soon too, though. No, his power went out, so he doesn't have anything. Uh, Definitely tomorrow. Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I'll try to be on earlier. It's just last night I didn't go to bed very early. Did not go to bed early. Yeah, but if you're checking, they're not selling at a high price. Just because you see prices high does not mean they're selling at that. You got to check the has sold recently prices on eBay. It's the best way to see what they're actually selling at. That's why when I see the bunch of people have these Corsair Vengeance kits that are selling crazy price for 32 gig crappy kit at like $600, it's like, nah. No, not even. No, we're talking like the 32 gigs selling over 500 Canadian. So close to 500 US for 32 gigs of just crappy Corsair Vengeance. And they have like 50 boxes of them. Yeah, it says none sold. Makes sense. 64 gigs for 500 is, I mean, expensive, but when I bought my kit, my 48 gig, it was like $400. Canadian though. Actually, let's see what the prices are on eBay for this kit. Oop. Let's see how much it is. Actually, you can get from Newegg for $4.65. So, they got like 32 gigabyte kits of them, selling for $600. Oh wait, these kits are not even as good as mine. They're only 60. They're not even good as mine. They're low frequency kits, and they're selling high. Wild. Yeah, 6,000. Never mind. 7,200. No, I mean these prices are really high for low frequency. Hopefully no one buys them. The box only for $120 just for the box. Just for the box. Yeah. Yeah. I got the 7200 CL36 kit. Hynix M die. It's a certain time it was made. It's one of the best ones you can get. You won't find a kit like it. They're hand binned. Hand binned. Oh, 100%, yeah. Well, it depends on the system that you really like. For Intel, you're gonna need the frequency. I mean, Intel does work a lot better with the frequency, but if you can't afford it, I kind of get it. I do get it, man. I do get it. Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, they will. Yeah, probably. Honestly, on Newegg right now, the Corsair Dominator Titaniums are not terrible prices. Like, they're not. They're not terrible prices. Like, not the worst. The Dominator Titaniums are good kit. But then you got people trying to sell them for like $3,000 and $4,000 for not even a good kit of Corsair Dominator Titaniums. 1,700 from the United States for 64 gig kit. But you can just buy from Newegg. You can buy from Newegg. Where is it? You can go to Newegg and get yourself four by 24 96 gigabyte kit for 900. And this is Canadian. Yeah, people are trying to sell 96 gig 2 by 48 kit though, but the 4 by 24 kit's actually gonna be better. No, they're not the worst. Depends on which ones you're getting. Again, the one kit that I have was a certain early revision make. You can't get the timings on that I can get. I can get close to Hynix A-die timings at higher frequencies on a 4-DIM board. It doesn't say I'm getting Hynix A-die timings, but the higher frequency does help. Yeah, but I've also done the overclocking on it and got some really good scores. It's just for certain kits. I mean, I would like to try, of course I would like to try some G-Skill kits that are fairly similar to compare them, but the ICs on when they were manufactured can really vary on the performance. And since I got mine at a specific time from a specific batch of ICs, of Hynix MDI ICs, they're just a better IC overall. Just overall. And I'm not sure when your ICs were manufactured, what batch they came from. Yeah, sure, they could have been Hynix MDI, but what batch? Early production runs of Hynix A-die and MDI are actually very good. And they're hand binned, so this makes them even better. I can literally do 7600 stable. 7600 megatransfer stable on a 4-DIM board. I was doing it with the 12600K. I was doing it with 13900K. I can't do, yeah, I can't, well, that's different though. LJ 1700 versus 1851 is different. It's different because you only have a DDR5 memory controller built into it. Better memory controller for DDR5. The motherboards are actually redesigned better for having higher frequency, able to get stable. I can only do 8,000 on one DIM. Yeah, you technically could go up a bit and still be stable. And getting better timings would help you too. $38, $48, $48, $98, 1.4. Yeah, and 8,000. Yeah, on what board though? What motherboard? It depends on the motherboard. All 4-DIM boards, unless you're manually tuning it, like I have to manually tune for 7600 to be stable. I have to manually tune it. But manually tune it to with certain timings does not equate to me at 7200 with way better timings. Probably because it's different IC. Certain make. The PCBs are roughly about the same until you get to CU DIM, which is a completely different PCB, but ICs on when they're actually manufactured matter too. Yeah, it's just maybe it was the one kit. Just a bad batch. And timings, the timings like that are actually in place for the XMP matter. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it was just that bad. And they just said, nah, we're done. We're done it. No more. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Even still, though, like, I don't think anyone should really be doing like an 8,000 plus unless they're on Apex board, on an Apex or a 2dim board at least, and then tune it. XMPs is not gonna get you. Like I said, I can do better I can do better overall performance at 7,200 than over 8,000. I'd rather have that little bit lower frequency, just keep it at the stock 7,200 that it is, and just tighten the timing, like actually just crank the timings, and it's 100% stable too. Like CL28 7,200, 100% stable, have really tight dynamics, and just outbeat an 8,000 kit all day long. What? Really? That's insane. Yeah, but G-Skill also just sells theirs way more too. If you look at the prices in the beginning of DDR5 too, they're just way more in price. But the Corsair, bro, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, I would like to have some G-Skill kits, of course, because I would like to try them out, and also for the G-Skill competitions that are always out, that way I can participate in them. So you have to have a G-Skill kit. I've never bought the G-Skill because they've always cost way more. At least here in Canada, US might be different, right? Here in Canada, the G-Skills just cost way more. Way more. Yep. Yep. It would also depend on the memory controller and CPU, but it's generally motherboard that's the real factor. But some ICs can be bad too. Yeah, maybe in the States they were. Not here in Canada. Yeah, 7,600. I still think 7,200, 7,400 probably is the best. 7,200 from all my testing. 7,200, and you can put timings like just wild timings onto it that just crush over 8,000. Like 8,400, I can match their scores. Exactly. Well, yeah. Yeah. And it's just the low timings is just so nice because it just makes up the performance. It's already got tons of bandwidth at 7,200. So why just put it up that like to 8,000, which is only 600 megahertz, or wow, 600 megatrends per second more. Why put it up to that and then just have to destroy the actual timings? Just leave it at 7200, or even just do 6800. If your board can't do 7200, just do 6800. Put those timings down as low as you can go. It'll just make up for the loss of bandwidth. Yeah, but even with the 8400 like CU dims, I can outbeat the performance on them. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if you, let's say you do have a nice stable 8000 kit that you're able to find, play around with the timings, lower them down. There are some timings that will just automatically lower depending on what IC it is and be 100% stable at really basically any frequency. But then there's some timings that just won't. And the main one that you want lower is like TFA, TRFC. Those are the main ones that you want low. And some read-to-read and read-writes, but that's a different story. Not everyone knows how to play around with the read-to-read and read-writes. Yeah, that's wild, man. That's wild. Like I am like, that's what I talked about too with the AM5, just how good the actual frequency was. And you're able to get the higher frequency. Is it really gonna be more is it gonna be more beneficial for a lot of people to have these frequencies? No, because you're not in the 1-to-1 anymore. But for some people, that 8000 actually can be more beneficial. Just having that more bandwidth than 6000. But that would be specific tasks, not gaming. Gaming itself, you do want like that 6000 or 6400 max. But I was so impressed with the AM5, and then you're telling me the Epic is the crazy OC that you did with the Epic, and then the RAM is just wild. It does outperform it. That's good. It's because that even though you're just using the presets, which is wild, and you're just using presets, even though the 6000 CL26 preset should have tighter timings, and it's still technically 1-to-1. But as soon as you go to 7600, maybe that extra bandwidth is outdoing it, and then maybe they do have some good timings, even still by a little. For AMD, 7600 outbeating their 1-to-1 is wild. Because generally you would have to go to like that 8000 to 8400 range to actually start seeing way better scores. That's wild. Like I said, I was very impressed with that Epic. That Epic is quite impressive. Quite impressive. Oh, you're doing with the 7600 timings. That's good. That's really good then. So man, that memory controller on the Epic must be really good then. Is that with the Epic that you're doing? Okay. So with that kit, what's the lowest frequency preset does it have? Is that just a 7600? Is it probably only has 2 or 3 max generally? Generally most kits have 2 presets. Some do have 3. Because you could technically do like, yes, your cast latency you'll have to keep the cast latency up, but motherboard presets. And that's for MDI presets, right? I'm guessing. Yeah, it would be the MDI, like the 40 the 24 GB, 24 gigabyte presets. Which should be MDI. Because generally they're higher frequency presets, so I don't know if they'll have a 7200, but then you can just raise the frequency up, or the cast latency up. Sorry. Yeah, presets are usually pretty good. They're usually pretty good. It's just the timings could be better. From my experience, it could be better. But that's is what it is. Manual tuning versus presets. More like guaranteed, but not really guaranteed, but guaranteed to work. It's good that they all work, though. I'm a simple man. I bought stuff. It did it. I bought it. It worked. Good enough. I hear you there. I hear ya. Yeah, I'm wondering what the 32 kits were actually running at for timings, though. Probably terrible for A-die. But CL36 at 8000 is really good. Of course, you can lower it, but you'd have to raise voltage. I'm not sure, probably the voltage is like 1.4, 1.45 volts at least right now to do that. You would have to be. Probably 1.45 volts. On the 64 gig kit, probably 1.4, but yeah, it's still really good for CL36, 8000. Yeah. Yeah, it's what, yeah. They should have that. Because yeah, it depends on IC for the voltage, and it's more or less the IC. Some ways it could be also for like 4 DIMM board versus a 2 DIMM board, but because presets are generally just for the actual chipset, it doesn't really matter about the actual board itself. It's just they have presets. The presets are about the same for all motherboards on whoever AIB's doing it. They're not even technically QVL, it's their own presets. They just work better for their boards. Alright. Maybe ending the stream. Try to be on earlier tomorrow. Try to be earlier tomorrow. Oh, I probably won't be sleeping. Gonna probably try to get some stuff. I gotta get stuff ready for some videos. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do. a lot of things I do for this channel, to be honest. So sleep is not priority right now. Just trying to get the views up. Gotta get the views up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a lot of research, a lot of recordings, and then, oh, I don't like that recording. Redo the recording. And a lot of editing. Yep, that's gonna be it for this stream here. Not exactly a long one, but it's fine. Be on early-ish tomorrow. Early-ish. You got her, man. You got her. You got her. Yeah, I know. Well, thank you for being here, everyone. Oh. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. So, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. That's it for this stream here. I'll be back on probably tomorrow. We'll see. And, yeah, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.